Really appreciate it.
Can I ask you, Deputy, one question?
Yeah.
Deputy, we said you were asking them about attending our regional forums that we usually have in November and May.
Oh, no, we didn't get that far,
You
Councillor
haven't
Tamu.
even met, I mean, sorry, the Emperor Chair and one haven't even met with our full board yet.
Well, no, we didn't unfortunately come to have those conversations. Councillor Stephen and I, because it was only half an hour that we had to really condense a lot of the information. I never even did it like when it came to Malmu Wakai, and I'm sure that Councillor Toby and Councillor Kaige can also provide some feedback on that deputation, but we tried to condense it as much as possible, where, we touch on, just the foundation of Malmu Wakai and then the rock and the functions of them, but gave time for the CEO to talk about the SIP, the Strategic Investment Plan, the major infrastructure programs, and also our financial sustainability. Just focusing on the finance stuff and trying to secure funding was one of our main aims, and trying to get talk on the regional autonomy to get MIPLA in the one room. But it's a perfect. That's a very valid topic there, Councillor Tamu. But well, apologies, I wasn't able to push that information out.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, I'll just move on to Councillor Toby, then Councillor Murray. Councillor Toby,
Yes, sir,
if you can keep it brief. Thank you.
No, I just want to commend Deputy CEO and Councillor Stephen for that presentation. I think with that short time, we can really get that important stuff that the new board, it's a new board, for really to understand where we're at in our space on mainly around the infrastructure stuff and the funding that we want to advocate through TSRA. And I think maybe in the future, we probably may need to look at a bit more time, because I can see like we've got other presentation become, which is not really, they'll get more time than you guys, but certainly we'll be trying pushing that through for the board to try and have more time for you to come in. Because I really wanted a question time just to understand, like definitely understand, but just speaking to some of the members, I'll be appreciate that presentation, and I'll better understand where the position will you be, and which is really good for. But I think we probably need to aim at another deputation, CEO, mayor, because this is a new board that will really need to digest all of that information. But it doesn't stop the councillors. I think what we've sort of said for the other mayor and Councillor Mai and Feige can speak to this. We've sort of really pressed on for them, but when you go back in community, please have that engagement with them too. So when you come for them deputation, them already informed, well informed about what we're gonna, what they're gonna, team will present. It's really good that we get that local engagement happening. Just for that question for Councillor Tamu, he needs to start back in the community. People need to make the noise, with community level, with PVC chairs, with board members, elders, get it happening. But at that board level, yes, there is a conversation happening, discussions happening. We raised it, and hopefully we will land on. There's a commitment made by the board for early February, I think, next year, to discuss a lot of that regional governance stuff, because it's a new board. So on that workshop, we will discuss, we have a deep dive on the history of the movement, get the board up to speed. Then hopefully after that, we will land on a date where we have that full regional forum. together with them other stakeholders. Yes, so Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Mike?
Good evening, everyone. Just wanted, anyway, I just want to make a comment there for, so, Deputy and Councillor Stephen and CEO come in and, talk to the board, CSRA board there. I think the day before, we've been talking about, the same, every leaders they meet up that 1 hour and I'll talk about the future meetings, and I make a comment that for them that they have to come to the meetings too, no matter. So you employ go for them, so if that makes sense. That's all.
Thank you. Well, I think the presentation, councillors, for the benefit of councillors, the deputation structured the way the issue was presented, why it was important, and what are we seeking from the TSRA. So it's very targeted and very brief because a lot of times we don't speak what are we seeking from the TSRA or why that. So all of those issues that was raised at the deputation were really targeted. But Deputy is correct. The Balawiyawa Waka set the foundation for the conversation, talking about the whole strategic movement, role of TSIC to regionalization through the ROC, bringing the 3 local governments together. And we're saying rather than TSRA working with individual local governments, they should be working with the ROC collaboratively. We also tabled there, it was on the presentation about seeking support into regional transportation strategy, but that wasn't spoken to during the deputation. We didn't speak to the regional assembly, the autonomy staff. So probably briefly the deputy mentioned when we talked about the Malawiyawa, but certainly we wanted to talk about, spend most time on the critical issues right now in terms of the major infrastructure funding program, MIP, that it was insufficient and that the funding allocated the current state and Commonwealth commitment to the region isn't sufficient enough to sustain and the region in terms of its demand, in terms of replacing or renewing water, securing water infrastructure projects, that the 80+ million wasn't enough for TSIC alone, that TSIC priority 1 set around 60 to 80 million. So we did make that point there, and that we went into the SIP talking about the 5 years strategic plan for funding into the region. We also spoke about the financial sustainability issue, about the cash flow and projections, and I think CEO really highlighted and detailed the challenge that we've got to with costs rising in the region that's impacting not only local residents but council in terms of service delivery. So that was a good outcome there. And we did say in the presentation, but it wasn't spoken to, about how do we look at the current MOU and how do we address those things through the MOU. So a review of that. So following this meeting, a letter was sent and signed by the deputy on those topics, and also the CEO also committed to meet up with their CEO on a monthly basis to follow this through as well. Whilst I was on TI the following week to undertake a couple of things, and besides the minister's visit, I did have an opportunity to connect with the interagencies around blue security and safer regions. but more so to connect with our local radio station. And I was very pleased about the feedback received, not only from outer islands, but people on TI, government agencies, about the insight that we're giving, the open and transparency within our leadership and TISAC as a whole, around those critical issues around, so they can look at why don't we talk to our capability partners? What are we talking in our council meeting? What are we talking to the public about? They can see consistency with our messaging. So it's a true reflection of, how clear we are about the vision that we have for our people and our region. But we all need to be talking on the same wavelength. And hence why I will try to not only put things on my social media, but keep people posted through our emails, so that when people in community are reading those posts on my best social media, or the talk you can respond and follow the conversation as well. The other big part of it was the day traveling with the minister. Although the minister said we could only raise 3 things with them, so thanks to the Office of the CEO for assisting in providing, putting together the issues that we were going to talk about. So I did raise with the minister those 3 things that she was furnished with. But when on Nasigadama, community residents also raised other issues. So what was initially supposed to be 3 issues turned out to be 20-something plus issues, collective of both Yama and Masik. But I'm very pleased and very proud that residents, as well as respective councillors, Councillor Mosby and Councillor Aggie, Anchor, was both mindful of the regional issues, not just their local issues. So I was very pleased that Councillor Mosby raised the issue about Ugar access, and even on Yama, there were other regional issues that both Councillor Ankin raised, as well as residents of Yama. So you can follow those issues that I've raised with the State Minister. It's on my social media page, and once a letter will be forwarded to them, councillors will be CC'd into it. That concludes the report. Thank you, councillors. That's for Naughty. I'll hand it over to, if there's no questions or comments, councillors. Yes, so I will hand it over to CEO for the CEO's monthly report. Thank you, CEO. Welcome.
Yes, sir, Mayor. Mayor, the report that is in front of Council, I'll take it as read, because that gives Council a clear picture as part of our accountability, that you know what we're doing on a day-to-day basis, business as usual, right across all key divisions of TSOC. But I guess I just wanted to talk 2 specific things that are not captured in the report. And again, that's just following up from your report, from the conversation with Deputy Mayor Councillor Wasimo. Just confirming that probably for me, the highlight, other than the business as usual stuff, which is enough for us to keep busy, is we had a couple of things that's really, really important that Council might wish to note. Number 1, the executive team got together with Scott Mason and further evolved this conversation as a team in terms of, how do we, what our business is going to be like as we move into the future, as we continue to evolve this organization. One of the biggest drivers as a highlight to Council to take note of is that 3.5 years ago, when I first started in Council, big aspirational stuff, your strategy, the big things that mattered to you as leaders, mattered to our region, to our community, were sitting on the sideline because they were not front and center as part of your business, such as the tap, such as a range of other things. But can I say that a lot of the work that we've done in the last 3.5 years, such regional governance, is that aside from the fact that we continue to deliver our core responsibility as a local government to our community, all the essential to life services, we also continue to deliver non-local government services that no one else is delivering in our communities because of that market failure. Is that there's no capacity in our community, in the general market, to be able to pick up those vital services. And so TSOC has continued to do that. In the meantime, we're also working at the big strategic things, like talking a big conversation around regionalism. What does this mean? And why is it important that we're doing that? It's because if we don't do it, then we're not trying to fix and trying to build a capability in the region that makes us more efficient and effective in what we do in delivering services to our community. So conversations that you as leaders have put to us about those issues is not for the sake of the fact that we want to talk about regional governance. It's because there's a genuine need that's emerging. We see the problems that we're manifesting in our region, and we know that we have to govern differently and be more effective and more efficient at using resources in order to achieve those outcomes for our community. And so on an operational level, our strategic leaders in the organization, in keeping with your vision, your direction, we were working at those things operationally, massaging and talking to each other and saying, what does this look like? How are we going to shape our business as we go forward? And it was a very positive conversation, I must say. It was, I was very proud of the executive team. I think that the level of engagement and the conversation was amazing, and really look forward to having more of that work next year. And so I just wanted to highlight that to council, that your executive team, as well as working with the senior leadership team, which certainly we'll be looking at doing next year, they're doing a great job in putting those things as front and center as part of their every day. So it's not something that sits on the sideline anymore. It's front and center. We're driving those big aspirational stuff as well as doing the stuff that we've always done. And that's a really powerful outcome for council, is that, when you want to visualize what your business is doing now, those things that we used to think was on the side are now front and center. They're very important, and we're driving it and we're moving forward. And hence the leadership of, the likes of Deputy Mayor, Councillor Wassamo, Councillor Stephen, in presenting to TSRA. I was privileged to attend that conversation with them. And again, they gave me the opportunity to speak on the financial sustainability piece, which was a very important piece. I just want to quickly reframe this for council benefit. We will be sending the copy of the presentation, if we haven't done it yet, to councillors, so that you actually have a copy of the actual presentation. Just to highlight a couple of things. I suppose council is already aware, because of the tremendous work that we've done in the organisation to understand the state of our business, the state of our region, what's going on, what are the big problems. And I think I mentioned in a previous forum, I suspect it was probably last council meeting, or I think it was at the Sarge, sorry, my apologies. I did talk about the problem of cost. And it was certainly something that the Deputy Mayor and Councillor Stephen impressed on me to make sure that I speak very clearly on this to the directors and the chair and the leadership group within the TSRA. And certainly what we sort of presented to the TSRA was that cost is really becoming a regional crisis. It's an emerging issue in our region that is not just in TSOC, it's right across the region. And the way that we sort of use that analogy was to frame it is that Usain Bolt is the sprinter that is running on behalf of cost, and James William, a middle-aged, slightly overweight man, running for the team of revenue. And the problem is, revenue is always going to get beaten by cost. And so in real terms, what's happening in our region is that we're getting beaten because the speed that cost is increasing is faster than the speed we're able to catch up with the money we make. And so that's a really important message that I think is worth highlighting, that the leadership group, and that's the elected leaders from mayor all the way down to the executive team and beyond, that TSOC is working very hard at understanding and obviously putting those options up to government. So talking to TSRA, talking to Commonwealth and state agencies, leaders, is a very, very important conversation that we will continue to do, and we'll do more of it next year. We expect that the stuff that we've done this year, we're going to take it to another level next year, because I think that we really understand the problem of what's happening in our region. And obviously we want to be able to share that with everyone that's going to be able to influence and support and advocate on behalf of our community. And so that's really the big issue there. We had a really good, I think, the reception. I really want to thank, the board of TSRA, as well as the leadership group there, that for their reception and their support, and giving us the opportunity as we will continue to go back and work with them on these very important issues for our region. The other highlight for me this month was yesterday, the mayor and I presented to the Department of Climate Change, Energy and Water. And again, this was about putting to the department a proposal based on the back of recent articles that you may be aware that highlighted Councillor Tamu's participation recently at the COP in Brazil, and which is the climate, the global climate climate change conference or summit. And Councillor Tamu, I think, has been a wonderful ambassador for us, for his community, but for the whole region, even for the nation itself, in terms of his advocacy and his voice as part of the original Climate 8 in talking about this very important agenda. Why is it important to our region? Is because our communities are experiencing those effects of climate change now as we speak. And therefore, the conversation we need to really elevate is not just, hey, this is what's happening, it's what are we going to do about it? And one of the most important things is the type of things we need to do is to look at securing not just domestic interest and support and investment. It's also about looking at the international scene. And so the mayor and I spoke yesterday to the department, the Commonwealth Department, on a proposal that potentially we could run a summit with the Pacific Nation representatives, leaders, as well as Torres Strait led leadership and other members in Cairns sometime next year. So that's something that we presented yesterday. And obviously, in our view, that's about bringing that regional conversation on a very important topic, and bringing leadership not just from our domestic boundaries, but beyond internationally. Having those natural alignments and relationship into our Pacific colleagues. There is a partnership already with the Pacific Island Nation Climate Action Group, PCAN, and that forum and the members there have given us support, that if we were to stage such a forum in Cairns, that it would be supported and that it would be attended by our Pacific colleagues. So it's something that, again, we're trying to elevate and push these sort of conversations to ensure that we're really at the forefront of these things. We have to be early adopters, because if we don't, we can't wait for somebody else to catch up and realize there's a problem and then try and help us. We have to help ourselves. So, Mayor, that's really, I suppose, obviously there'll be work done in the new year. We'll be providing a proposal more detailed to the department, and obviously we will report back to council. Mayor, if you could permit me, if I would just may refer to Councillor Tamu and give him the opportunity if he wanted to speak, just in relation with his important visit. He was referenced yesterday in the conversation. People did acknowledge that they were aware of his attendance and obviously his involvement in COP30 in Brazil. Councillor Tamu, did you want to say anything to the chair?
As a CEO to the chairman, well, no, just I think really important that when we go and attend these conferences, that we come back, that we get some sort of outcome for Yumi. And like I spoke about many times in our meetings, about the investment and the finance that's available not only around here nationally, but globally. And it's something that we've yet to sort of access or even get into partnerships with other groups all throughout the world. Yumi has Torres Strait, although we're still part of Australia. So when you go to these global discussions, especially around climate change, we're not considered to be able to access some of the global finance that's available to address the issues and the impacts that Yumi suffer when it comes to the issue of climate change. So I think it's really important, and I also see you as well and others for the opportunity when coming back and getting that article out and getting interest from a lot of people into having this gathering next year, which will definitely bring more spotlight into the region. And I think, importantly, when I'm having those discussions out there, even though I go and attend as part of climate change, but, I see the opportunity as well in other areas that the aspirations of Yumi people and Yumi region moving forward, and how Yumi have to be really smart around being able to go into these spaces, access it, understand it, and how Yumi take advantage of it. There's a lot of opportunities, not only nationally, but especially globally, where Yumi can access and be able to get the support from other countries, other First Nations delegates all over the world, and work together for achieve aspirations for Yumi, not only in climate change, but I think this conference, even though it's a bit about climate change, but I also see it as leading the way into addressing other issues that we do have in the region as well, and setting a sort of a framework or a way forward how we can work together with people like the Pacific Island nation groups and others, to work in partnership, collaboration for achieving things. But I'm really excited about this opportunity to host a conference for our region, to share a spotlight on our region, because in the past, Yumi just sort of not piggyback, but we are put into the same bowl as Pacific or even First Nations Aboriginal brothers and sisters on the mainland. We never got something we matter about Yumi self and Yumi issues. That's all.
Council Tamo through the chair, and Mayor, that's about it for me. I'll take any questions, but Big Esso, Councillor Tamo, and I think he spoke very clearly, because I think the key issue here for us is, as I said, accessing international. There is so many things available internationally to us, and we need to be at the forefront of that. And so we're certainly going to be working very diligently with Councillor Tamu, with the Mayor, with Deputy Mayor, and the rest of the Council to ensure that whatever we can leverage, we certainly will. Big Esso.
Through the chair, Councillor Pearson.
Thank you, Councillor Pearson.
Esso for the current thing, bit of a background there from that your visit there, Councillor Tamu. CEO, just for when I listen to both CEO and Councillor Tamu is talking about on the way forward regarding climate business reply. Pretty sure that our community, like for now that we have a live stream and people they sing how we present, is there a possibility if we do come to this forum next year that we streamline something like this so our community will know that we are doing something for them in a big forum like that? There's a background and people will see how discussion is led, how other stakeholders speaking from the bigger forum. I'm just sort of putting this across that maybe there's an opportunity for people to see where we are and how we feel that this climate change is important for us. Understood?
Through the chair, that's a great idea, Councillor Pearson. Definitely, that's something we definitely can do.
The chair.
Thank you, Councillor Elisala.
Well, SME, Well, as for the CEO, also want a few comments there as well. Congratulate Councillor Tom with it on the recent trip, Luyu. Job well done. Just want to add some comments and support that one there too. I think we've discussed, especially when Councillor Malas and myself as well went on that trip last year, and it was the same things as well. And you know, we would have that discussion offline with Councillor Tom and all the other some of the other councillors as well, in terms of you know, creating that body or that entity that, you know, talks on that stage, because I think we witness and you know, a couple of them people when we talk for at that UN, they probably actually suggest that as well, that you may as Torres Strait, you may have to have, you know, create your own entity that travels over for talk on UMI discussions, whether it's climate change, economic development, or any of them key, you know, high level topics that we can get support internationally. But I think that was the biggest thing, and like we get out of that trip as well, that we actually have to have UMI representation and as people, and I think it really stipulates and supports that that voice for UMI too, as a Malung Young Wakai statement, and where that's trying to come from, because under that UN and them declarations, they really support that. And that was the thing, like one of them delegates they over from Australia who was over there, and we actually stayed, like showing for me to them to speak, look, you only got, you know, your mainland families, brothers and sisters here. But for you, for Torres Strait, you only got, you know, government bodies, you represent you people, so you may have to have that voice from a people's, you know, organization. And when I'm not what. That's all.
Through the chair, if I could.
Yeah.
Just a quick one. Just informing council also that Councillor Aniba, Councillor Henkin, and I are talking to Novita in regards to women in climate change and supporting Councillor Tamu in that space. We've had our first meeting. This was last week. And we're planning on meeting regularly on a 2-monthly basis. So,
Deputy, the stuff you're doing with Mirabel, one of the partners, they were workers.
what was that, sorry?
Oh, my wires must have crossed. No, that's okay.
Yep, no worries. So it's this, the conversations is specifically on women inside of climate change and what other women are doing around the world and how we can implement certain, opportunities, whether it's in regards to food security or recycling or anything along those lines.
So it just crossed my mind now. The work that conversation you've been having, Deputy, with Navita from Mirabel, and some of how they want to develop this into looking at looking at different case studies nationally and internationally, with women being more proactive and influential in policy, leading initiatives in the climate space. Is that what you spoke to me about?
Yes, that's correct.
Or Councillor Aniba?
Thank you, Mayor. Through the chair, just to support Deputy Councillor Wasmo, the Novita did when we speak to us in terms of funding and grants that are available internationally. So that was a good thing too that we can access in terms of going forward and financially to help Councillor Tamu.
Well, thank you. See, I've got a couple of questions in relation to your report. Given where we are, moving into the cookie time.
What?
The two big projects at the moment, one is the Masig and Margaret Seawall. Where it is are we having issues with them at the moment? If you could provide a brief to council to let us know what's happening with that. And also for the next group of islands for Matthew Group, Uga, Badu, and Mayor, I think. Wow. So that's the seawall stuff. I'll let you respond to that, and I'll go back to the other one after you respond. Thank you, CEO.
David, you're online too, I think.
Well, David's online. David, do you want to provide any comments on that? I know that David has been traveling, councillors, Mayor, David's been traveling up in the region, I believe to Masig and also to Warber, and so he might be able to give us some comments on that. But I think also to be fair for us, like we could obviously take this offline and give you a fulsome report in the new year, I'd say, just to work on those issues. David, what do you reckon?
James and SO Mayor, there's a report today on the agenda about the topics that you've just asked a question on, so that's in closed business. It can be discussed later on today.
Okay, thank you very much.
That's all.
CEO, at what point in time will I see something about the insurance for the fleet being reviewed, as well as the C-suite? Are we able to discuss that now, or should it be raised closed business? I think I saw it in one of your report, in one of your headings in your report.
Vicky, have you got any comments on the fleet?
Through the chair, Mr. Mayor, we are actually doing a review of the insurance of the fleet, just as part of operational business.
From a C-suite perspective, I did forget to mention, Mayor, my apologies. Councillors, if you look at the Cairns Post, we've got a very favourable post today in the Cairns Post on the conclusion of the C-Swift TISA saga. I think it's been a great result, and it's been there's a favourable report, as I say, in the Cairns Post. It's actually, I think, page 3 or something like that. It's also online, but as council is aware, we've council resolved previously in a special meeting to sign the deed, and so the matter with C-Swift is now being resolved. We also have a service agreement or a contract in place with C-Swift. Our relationship has been nothing but really strong over the last 12 months or more under Chris Pearce's leadership as executive chair of C-Swift, and we've been able to work very, I think, diligently and respectfully with both parties in coming to a just resolution, and so I'm very very positive about sort of the way forward, Mayor. But the reality is that it's still challenging because we talk about the challenge in our region, transport cost and things like that. They're not matters that TISA nor C-Swift or one of us or both of us can solve. It really does require a collaboration at governments at all level. And we're really service providers in the region. We're responsible for service delivery, as is C-Swift. It is responsible for delivering effective transport services for us to be able to carry our goods and materials up into the region and out of the region. The challenge, of course, is that these matters need to be looked at because the issue of cost, and it's something that we are looking at, and it's certainly being preempted in what's being reported in the Cairns Post today, and that we're really looking at those issues together, really to elevate the conversation again, working with all levels of government, particularly state and Commonwealth, to make sure that our region is given the appropriate priority and consideration.
Thank you. Councillors, are there any further questions or comments for the CEO's report for the month of December? CEO, lastly, I don't see anything in the report that makes reference to engagement with our capability partners, particularly our stakeholders in the region, with regards to our TSRA, our sister councils, with the other two local government colleagues, as well as with GBK as our land and sea councils. So I don't know how whether you will report it in closed business or whether it's something that's not on your agenda at the moment.
Esra Mayor, that's a good question. I suppose during this year, as we know, at the end of, going to the end of the year, most organisations are really looking inwards to try and consolidate and resolve it as we are, and the other organisations are doing the same. So the expectation, Mayor, is that we will be re-engaging in the new year. Yes, we did present to the TSRA board. Yes, there's a continued conversation, obviously at the executive level, but nothing formal at this stage. So something that has been omitted from the report. So whilst we're, there's conversations or interactions, there's nothing formal has been done this month. And so my expectation, particularly with those stakeholders, that we'll be looking at what that looks like from January onwards, which we'll be scheduling in.
Okay, CEO, if I could also request, as a part of your report, CEO's report to the council, is for you to report to council in closed business. It can be noted in your report, but to be disclosed in closed business, any legal matters against the council, any legal risk to be disclosed to the council, given past experiences where council has had no knowledge of previous or current legal matters, and when you're either on leave or unforeseen circumstances, council is not abreast on those matters. So if you could look at the legal framework, what can be disclosed to council to ensure that council is abreast on where it's operating in its current operating environment. Really appreciate that, CEO.
Mayor, certainly we can take that offline and obviously report that. I think that there's been no issues in terms of, other than obviously I think we've reported previously on some matters, particularly around the judicial review process we went through recently, and the C-Swift matter. They're probably the only matters that I'm aware of. But certainly we can maybe have that conversation with you and look at how we're reporting through into council, and obviously improve that channel to make sure that it's clearer.
Yes, so thank you very much, councillors. If there is no further questions or comment in relation to the CEO report for the month of December, I'll call for a mover and a seconder to accept the CEO's report. Moved by Councillor Aliba. Councillor Aliba, second.
Councillor Osmo.
Councillor Osmo. All councillors in favour?
Aye.
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 And councillors against? Motion carried. The CEO's report for the month of December is accepted by council. Thank you. 3.2 TSEC meeting scheduled for 2026. I'll hand it back to CEO.
So Mayor, Big SO through the chair. I will give this to Vicky to talk through. And obviously the late addition, council will note that and Vicky will talk through that as well, is that Wednesday, 22nd of July, 2026, it does have VC, but as per the discussion with Councillor Fell, or you mentioned today, you wish that may be the Mabiog face-to-face, is that right? Yeah. So that, for that particular report, just council will note It will be Wednesday, 22nd July 2026. It's not VC. It's proposed that it will be a face-to-face on Mabio. That will be in the schedule, but Vicky will talk through that report, Mayor Bigeso.
Through the chair. The paper proposes the schedule for the meetings for council, including trustee council meeting and annual May and November council workshops for 2026, and council's requested to endorse the venues for the face-to-face meeting in division. Now, I'll take the paper as read, but we'll just draw attention to 2 points that we've pulled out in regard to the duration of the annual workshops and the one-off change in November that's proposed to the council workshop to October council meeting to align it with the Local Government Association of Queensland annual conference, so we can keep that travel together. So did anyone have any questions, comments?
Thank you, councillors. Any comments or questions in relation to the proposed report?
To the chair then.
Yep.
Just with them face to face, then venue, do we need to decide on those, or is the question around them?
Yes. Yeah, we do want to decide those. So if we can have a discussion about those.
Well, today, on the date, oh, just with the May, are we having workshop in division? Is that, I know that's what it says, but just to confirm.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, through the chair. So if I could just go through quickly, as it stands now, January month will be on the 28th will be VC. February and the 18th it will be VC. March again will be VC. And on the 22nd to the 22nd of April, that is a face-to-face with a venue to be confirmed. So is that what we're asking? We're asking councillors to nominate whether they wish their community to be nominated for that particular month of April. Monday to Friday, the 11th to the 15th of May, similarly, council workshop to be held on division. And again, for council to discuss today whether we nominate a division, that will take on that task or responsibility. It's a fairly big one, and it's probably the first time, I think, I'm not sure, certainly in my time here, but I'm not sure before me, whether it's a May workshop or, end of year workshop has ever been done in the community, but that's a big one. There are a couple of options in terms of May, obviously. The first one being the 11th to the 15th. And then you've got alternative options of Monday to Friday. Yep. Again, 18th to 22nd. So there's an alternative there, so council can consider of the 18th to the 22nd of May in division. June 26th, 24th of June 2026. That is at this point of VC. Wednesday 22nd of July 2026. That one, given Councillor Fell's comment today, will be now Mabayak. The August 2026, 18th to the 19th, is again face-to-face, venue again to be advised. And so that one is open to divisions to nominate. Wednesday.
No, that will be a video.
Oh, you will?
We'll swap that for going to Monday.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. So my apologies. So Wednesday, the 18th to the 19th, 2026, given that Mabiog is taking the July month as face-to-face, August will now be a VC.
On the 19th.
On the 19th. Your September month is VC. And as Vicky mentioned, your for the first time, given that this year, and I think there's been some conflicts and stuff, particularly about missing the cycles of important events such as the state, the LGAQ annual conference, which will be held in Cairns. What is being proposed here is that you will move your workshop from November and do it a month earlier. That just means we have to work a little bit harder as a team to make sure we're ready for October, but it does allow council to be here and present so that you're able to then, potentially there's, opportunity to attend the LGAQ conference on the 19th to the 21st of October. Wednesday, the 28th of October, 2026, that'll be VC. Tuesday and Wednesday, the 17th and 18th of November, 2026, is for a venue, again, to be advised, and so to be determined by councillors today. That's for the month of November, and December, typically, as we know, it is a VC.
Can I, to the chair, can I just ask, sorry, I know I've missed the last two meetings, I think, but why are we having 9 VCs? I thought it was 6 and 6.
Yeah, good question. Not sure.
6 face-to-face and 6 VCs in the 12 months. There's 9 VCs up here.
I think you have 4, 5 maybe. So you have, at the moment, you've got VC for April.
January.
Sorry, no,
February,
face-to-face April. Face-to-face in May. Face-to-face in July. You will also have a face-to-face in October. No, it won't be. Sorry, my apologies. Face-to-face in November, sorry. So you've only got 4 so far, Councillor Tamu. Is there a reason why we only put 4?
It's in a,
6.
Yeah, per financial year, isn't it?
It's the financial year, I think that's where we've put it through. So sorry, through the chair. It's over the 6.6 is over the financial year, so perhaps we should next time bring the whole financial year, the 2 financial years, so it's clearer.
It's
Yeah.
also, to the chair, it's very unusual to have 4 video conferences in a row from December, and then we don't meet face-to-face until April. That shouldn't be the case.
Sorry? Yeah. Through the chair, we can always add that in.
We can add it in.
Yeah.
We can add it in. I think Councillor Tamu's raised some very good points. We can add it in, but the first question is that which community have put their hands up to nominate, other than Councillor Fell? I suppose I want to know how many communities that are saying, well, we'll do it, because then we can adjust it accordingly. You've got, you've got a couple open. We could probably even include March. Did you say March or February? Yeah, March.
Through the chair. Yeah. To the mayor, just for the November one, I just wanted to see if I can put my hand up for that if there's no other division, whether it be the first option or second option. But I would like to put my hand up for the November one.
Good. Locked in.
Um, through the chair, I want to take the August one, but what did you say? It was going to be swapped around with Councillor Fell?
Yes, so is August,
Can we move it to September?
well, yeah. What about September?
Can you do September, Councillor Tama?
Yeah, okay.
Excellent.
Sorry, councillors, are there any other takers?
Through the chair, okay, Ruby, if you think you've got space or nobody want to take anything there, then we'll be happy with wherever people suit. You mute them, yeah. Sorry.
Through the chair, I just wanted to put to council, for the workshop itself, which is a really big one, and it is face-to-face in division, do we have any nominations?
We do.
That's the May workshop.
Cyber
That's up.
1 week.
That's 1 week in community.
We do.
Through the chair, I'm putting cyber on the table. But to take into consideration, we know the air condition went into community hall. So I put it there for this year, for next year. Whatever date council agree on.
Through the chair, Badu would like to host the workshop. I'm noting also we don't have air condition, CEO.
Yes. So, through the chair, let me read out to you what we have so far. We have Saibai and Badu both put in their hand up for the May workshop, which is 5 days in community. We have for the July month, a face-to-face on Mabiag. September month, that's face-to-face on Wadberg. And November, face-to-face on Kiriri. So you potentially have one more available in March, councillors. So,
Sorry, I'm forgetting it. What time?
Through the chair, if yeah, I was hoping to get August for community ordinary meeting due to usually in community on Saibai we celebrate with annexation in the month of August that goes for usually a month. But again, it's back to Council Tom.
Well, August is going to be a VC.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if it's a terrible logistical nightmare by doing 2 in a row.
Through the chair, just to suggest
You plan ahead.
through the chair, just a suggestion, so far we've got, if it's been locked in or what, we've got So Amman, then there's one Western Island and one Central Island, one Eastern Island. Is that right? Just to share that every time we select that meeting on him, we break him sketch. So when you got the meeting, you got Eastern, Central, Western. Wow. So we got Central Island there as Wadbir, Central, Eastern Island, Eru. Well, it's near Western, the Sofa or Western, and we got a Kiri. I just thought I'd make mention, I'm just looking at that flow. So next time, maybe when you go game, we put you game on that kind of order game. You must got Eastern, Central, Western. So the whole community get the, presence of the council. We must not forget one island too. And I always wanted to make, appearance for council day. That's all.
Thank you, Councillor Toby.
Yeah, to the chair. Mayor, I would like to consider having one law garden. Like we haven't been to Ugar since I don't know when I become the council. So we probably really need to look at that, and I think it's a must that we need to go and visit that community. And also CEO, executive, just looking at the budget, how much impact will it have if we sticking to those 6 to 6 face-to-face meeting, especially?
At this stage, Councillor, probably beyond my grasp. We probably have to take that one offline because the issue is logistics, accommodation. There's just too many variables for us to, properly consider it and give you a response just on the spot. It's probably something we need to really plan and really test. And yes, you're right. I mean, every division deserves, council, to at least visit and connect with community. The tough thing is the constraints we have from transport to accommodation, and this is why we have this problem every year. And that could impose an onerous burden on council or community or both to be able to fulfill an aspirational goal. So at this stage, I'll probably have to take it offline and come back to you.
Yes, yeah, I'm just considering what we're engaging by teams. We've got our YouTube channels, which is reachable from anywhere, as long as you got phone or computer, internet access. I mean, we really need to seriously think about communities that has been left out, like Ugar. If we have to minimize face-to-face from other community and make Ugar as a priority, if it's a budgetary thing, let's really think about it. That community has been, been left out for so long. But appreciate, the leading, mayors and chairs have visited the community, but we need to put our face there for the community as well. That's all.
Thank you. Last one, Councillor Hannibal, then we'll go back to CEO to present what we've had discussions and move on to the decision. Councillor Hannibal.
Thank you, Mayor. Through the chair, just considering one Councillor Peasley talking about the breakup output side-by forward for 2027 and give the Western to our Deputy Councillor Western.
So thank you. Okay, CEO.
Mayor, we still haven't sort of fully resolved everything. We're just moving things around at the moment and just sort of saying, and can council can I just, through the chair, can I get some indication if we had a face-to-face in March, on the 24th to the 25th of March, is there any community, any division, any councillors that want to put their hand up for March?
Yeah, Massey will, Council Mosby.
Excellent. Okay, so we got that.
So there is Central Island.
Well, what are we waiting for with the other councillors? Good way.
Okay, then Paul, right then. I'll leave it for the mother community.
Councillor Kage?
Just listening to all the conversation and understand the logistics for Yumi and financial burdens that Yumi have. I know Mayor is one of the, community too that is, be really expensive, in terms of travel and accommodation and them one as well. But I put him outside there in due respect to all the other communities. So I want to put him there outside where you plug it fit him. Most welcome to take your program inside for community. Good to have you there again.
Thank you, Councillor Kage. Thank you, Councillor Mosby. We'll move on, move the march on to put me in, huh?
Yep.
So it doesn't look like a Central Island thing. Thank you. Thanks, Councillor Kage. So we've got Western Island, we've got Eastern Islands, we've got Central Island, and I think we've covered everybody, yeah?
Mayor, through the chair, if I could just ask on May, we still have Saibai or Badu there, so how are we going to resolve that? Who's doing it? And
Badu is doing it, Councillor.
Badu is up.
Speaking.
Okay. And through the chair, Councillor Wassamo, Deputy Mayor, I want to know whether you want to, whether the 11th to the 15th of May, or is it the 18th to the 22nd of May?
11th to the 15th.
Wow. So you got option there, 11th to the 15th of May, or 18th to the 22nd of May.
Okay, and that has to, we'll just go with 11th to the 15th.
Okay, done. So we got that. So we've got Mer March. May is Badu. Mabiog in July. Now, Councillor Tamu, I do believe that you have a big event in the region in September, so that's not likely that you're going to do September.
Well, if I can swap with Maraela, Councillor Kaige when they go later on in the year.
Okay.
We will do it earlier. Kaige, right to you.
I'm happy with that, Tamu. Yeah,
That's
all good, Tamu. I'm happy.
Okay. So let me repeat that. March is Warber. May is Badu. July is Mabiog. September is Mer. And November is Kiriri.
Western Island. Okay.
October in Cairns too.
Yes. And face-to-face in Cairns in October. Oh, no, sorry, my apologies. My absolute apologies. No, it's video conference following your attendance for the workshop that's face-to-face. And then, the possibility of, some or all of you extending to attend the LJQ conference.
You got a done date?
Done. Okay, so I'm going to repeat myself. Wednesday, the 24th to the 25th of March is Warber. These are all just the face-to-face. Monday to Friday, which will be the big event in May 2026. It's a council workshop to be held in division. And that's on Badu. Then on July the 22nd of 2026, it'll be on Mabayag. On Wednesday the 23rd of September 2026, that's on Mer. And Tuesday and Wednesday, 22nd to 23rd of September, is on Mer. And then Tuesday and Wednesday, 17th to the 18th of November, it's on Kiriri.
Right.
Do we have
very much,
agreement?
councillors. Thank you, CEO.
Big SO.
Can we go to the recommendation? I'll invite the officer to read the officer's recommendation.
You want me to read?
Please.
Okay, all right. I'm gonna be very careful. All right. Officer recommendation is in accordance with section 2571 of the Local Government Regulations 2012. Council 1 rescinds paragraph AI of Council Decision number C24-28 /2025-7/3.2 and agrees that the annual council workshops normally held in May and November be convened over a 5-day period, Monday to Friday. 2, endorses the following schedule of trustee council meetings, ordinary council meetings, and council workshops for 2026. Wednesday, 28 January 2026, video conference. Wednesday, 18 February 2026, video conference. Tuesday to Wednesday, 24 to 25 March 2026, Warper. Confirming that's correct?
Yes.
Okay, yes all. Tuesday and Wednesday, 21 to 22.
That's a big video conference.
Yep.
Wednesday the 22nd.
Oh, sorry. Wednesday, 22nd April 2026, video conference. My apologies. Monday to Friday, 11th to the 15th May 2026, council workshop to be held on Badu. Council meeting?
On the 20th of May.
Okay. Followed by Wednesday, 20 May 2026, council meeting by video conference. Wednesday, 24 June 2026, video conference. Wednesday, 22 July 2026.
21, 22 July.
Sorry, my apologies. Tuesday to Wednesday, 21 to 22 July 2026. That's on Mabayag. Tuesday and Wednesday, no, it's Wednesday, 19th of August 2026, video conference. Tuesday and to Wednesday, 22nd to the 23rd September 2026, MERV. Monday to Friday, 12th to the 16th October 2026, council workshop to be held in Cairns. Noting that the LJQ annual conference will be held in Cairns on the 19th to 21st October 2026, not 25. Tuesday and Wednesday, 17 to 18 November 2026, Kiriri. And Wednesday, 16th of December 2026, video conference. And 3, in accordance with section 254B of the Local Government Regulations 2012, council agrees that the schedule of trustee and ordinary council meetings for 2026 be published in the Torres News and on the council website.
Thank you, CEO. I'll submit the officer's recommendation for council endorsement and call for a mover and a seconder. Move button.
Mike.
By Mike.
Mike.
Oh, my. Second,
Phil,
by Councillor Bell. Councillors in favour?
Aye.
Anybody against? Thank you. Motion carried. The schedule ordinary meeting, trustee meetings for the month of for the year 2026 is endorsed by council. Thank you. It is 11:59, and I think we'll pull up stumps for lunch, and then we'll come back and reconvene at 1 o'clock. Thank you very much, councillors.
So.
That's all.
So, welcome back, Deputy Mayor Councillors. We'll resume our meeting for today. We're up to agenda item 5 on the Community Services Directorate. 5.1, the Torres Strait Treaty suspension of the traditional visits of the Christmas and New Year's period for 25-26. This matter was laid on the table from previous council meeting minutes, and I'll hand it over to our Executive Director of Community Service, Dawson Saylor. Thank you and welcome.
Good afternoon, councillors, mayor, councillors, and staff. As the mayor mentioned, this is an agenda report that was presented last meeting, the November meeting, and was left on the table pending some queries. You can find this report on your online version there, page 46. And I will just will take the paper as being read and point out the significant points in the paper. The paper was updated to include the queries that was raised from the last meeting, which is around the options. So we discussed the dates with the Foreign Affairs and make sure they were comfortable with the dates. And they also provided their closure dates as well, and a contact there for during the suspension period. So TJ as the liaison officer, he'll be the point of contact, and MGO direct inquiries to the appropriate persons that's on call, or whether it's to another authority. His advice was that if it's a police matter, then we report directly to police one time, and for DEMPLA, and also around having different dates for different parts of the region. He wasn't supportive of that, to have a uniform approach, dates for the whole region, so for consistency. So that's the two options there for suspension period, from 19th December 25 to Sunday 1st Feb 26. So we reopen on Monday the 2nd of Feb. That's the normal dates that we usually suspend the border movements for, and that's based on council standing, I guess, direction because of families of the festive season. Families on this side of the border, Christmas, New Year's also fall out time with the kids. You go back for high school as well, and school back back in full swing, usually around early end of January, early Feb. The second option there, which was raised with in the last meeting, and that was for the closure on Tuesday, 23rd December to Sunday, 4th of January. That's right. And we open on Monday, the 5th. So that aligns with the closure time for the liaison office with Commonwealth. Also, it sort of aligns with council's closure period as well, which was the inquiry that I believe Councillor Anibabi raised for a shorter closure suspension period, which was relayed through, from over the border there through Councillor Aniba, which she presented. So I leave the paper there for discussion. Chair, Mayor.
Thank you, councillors. I think it was quite clear and evident that option 1 wasn't an option, and option 2, that's why we wanted it to be brought back to the full council. I don't want to spend more time on this than what it actually needs. I think it's quite evident that the period was too long, and people wanted to access from both sides of the border in a shorter period. So I'd recommend option 2 for consideration. Are there any questions or comments?
Thank you, Mayor. Through the chair. I understand the option one and the reasons for the dates there. Can I just suggest that we go with option two, but with the cap to put in place and then back to normal in February?
Yep, thank you. Gotcha. Councillor Toby.
Yes, Mayor. Through the chair, I've already started to put the cap on my community for 40 per village, only for Buzi and Bear. And I would like to support that option two. We close at 23rd and open at 5th. Also, question been asked whether over the festive season, do we allow our constituents to stay over during the closure for the festive over treaty and vice versa?
We can take that offline and discuss that with DFAT, unless Tosu knows anything about it.
Yeah, through the chair, what normally happens is Templar can stay over there for that. Like, it depends on the permit and the approval that you give. But once Templar go over, before the 23rd, Templar can still come back before the border open, but then you can't start a new trip after the closure, either way. So the period, whether they stay this side or you mean Pamleg or that side, is based on the approval that you provide, the permit approval that you give.
So they doesn't, when they move out before 23rd, they need to come by again on the 5th when you open. Because all can move between, but there could be no stuff on ground.
Oh, no, sorry. If Templar go over on the 23rd, you're talking about that option two there were. If Templar go over, that's still the same movement. That's the one movement on the permit. So the return, but then for them can come back on the Christmas Day, come by again. 24th one can come by again. They can start a new movement the 23rd after, unless the border goes.
No, you can't have them moving because got no staff to clear them on ground. So you rather have them to stay there and we'll come on when we open up the border on 5th.
Yep, I understand what you mean, but that was council's decision back then, that they can move after the one and.
Well, I think we need to change that. We need to put a measure in place that no one moves until the border opens on this side, because then we got the border force in ground.
Yep.
And they consider.
Can that be done now, or the paper needs to go and come back? We'll pass by Christmas.
Yeah, that can be done. We can factor that into the notice.
Okay.
Yep.
That's all.
Through the chair, if I could just clarify for councillors, when I spoke with TJ last week, the special request of PNG entry permit needs to be done before the closure period. And then in order for DFAT and Immigration Bureau to know movements, if there is to be any movements between the festive season. I have been speaking with community members and since last year's Christmas for them to do their request of families or permits and not to be moving during the Christmas and the New Year's week. However, we did have a request come through for the Christmas day to come and spend Christmas with family and then go back. And TJ we speak as long as the actual documentation is done before the special period, then so they know aware of the movements.
Thank you, Councillor Isam.
Yes, Mayor. Well, I think
Just supporting Councillor Dolphin through the SMA, supporting Councillor Alibar and Councillor Toby. Just with the due process, I think it's only but the community there too, and how you pay on it. I know the circumstances were going and Saibai there, but just for the other colleagues there, possibly for consideration. And as you may be discussing with the last meeting, for make it more easier and flexible for me at this end, given the high volume of visitors coming over, and for alleviate that pressure, especially over the closure period for the families there over. The other thing, second one was, I think you've been mentioning the Councillor Aniba about that proposal you're going to put up for the workshop here that Tino processed up. I just want to mention that one for that request process, treaty request process one.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. So I will send an email out. It's just something that will come from TJ in regards to next year. We're standardizing the process for treaty tribal. So.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. On that note, Councillor Lisama, about the council considering flexibility for you within 3 communities, can I, on behalf of the council, say to you 3 leaders in the top western where had that heavy influx to consider the impact it has on the entire region. Whilst we recognize and appreciate the long-standing relationship the coastal treaty villages have with the Torres Strait, the detrimental impact and financial implications on the current financial position of council to outsource or insource resources from other parts of the region to the 3 communities there. So in the meantime, while we're moving the dates for them to return into treaty operations earlier than what it used to be, please consider the impact it will have to put those control measures in place. I fully support recommendation from Council Adiba in terms of putting a control measure in place and what's taking place there with Oigo as well, because we're operating in a different landscape space now because of the financial position of council. And although we don't see it physically, but it does have financial implication on the rest of the entire region. So thank you for your consideration as well.
Well, just add some comments I made for me. Sorry, I'm mute. Mayor?
Yeah.
Well, sorry. No, I thought you would talk, but you just move. Nothing will come on. No, I just want to add. I just want to add. Like, I think it's a really good position there too, especially for the advocacy piece, where you may put that ownership and responsibility back on the Commonwealth in terms of the how we're restricted now financially as a council. The difficulty we face now, and how we can especially where your platform there, you're doing a really good way with socials there about them coming up, coming to the table and actually taking with them for responsibilities for looking at that border, because otherwise they're putting pressure on us and putting IMBIL at that position, but really it's their responsibility as the Commonwealth to come and come to the table. Otherwise we have to put something into for them to compensate Jimmy for doing this duty. Well, that's all.
Thank you.
Chairman, I think I just want to make a quick comment also around this one. We support closure, but we have to make sure that the Commonwealth entity that provides support with the movements of people like ADF, we need to ensure that they're trying to resolve the situation with people coming over. You've got unauthorized people that will continue to travel under the closure. Like yesterday, we've had 2 dinghies arrive on Uga that was unauthorized. And I'm very concerned. I've emailed TJ and said we will close it at things, but we want to make sure that I think may come next year or whatever, we need to write to ABF, maybe we need to go higher level, because I don't think with the support that we're getting from ABF on ground in managing the treaty for the safety of the community is not there. So yesterday I speak for DEFRA when we asked for that DEFRA for flyout yesterday to check it out to the hospital got today. So I emailed the places, what the point of going into today when the vessel is already on ground on island and already in the community. So I do have a very concern around the performance by ABF in this region. I think we need to take this further because the way that they're performing, they're not supporting the treaty, enabling to support the treaty movements. So I think we need to take this. We got our own people, but unfortunately, Deputy is not online because Deputy had a conversation with DFAT, and we need to take that things further. So I would note here because for when Dawson go by for DFAT is to ensure that ABF is going to be there even during the closure period of supporting the community with an unauthorized visit. You go come on ground inside of the community. Thank you, man. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thanks, Councillor. I'll have to wrap it up. I'll propose to the council if we are in agreement with option 2. Can I see a show of hands before? Councillor Adiba, Councillor Stephen, Councillor Mosby, Councillor Pearson, Councillor Elisala. I think that's majority. Councillor Ankin, Councillor Toby. So Dawson, if I could invite you to read the recommendation for option 2.
Yes, sir, Mayor. The recommendation is that Council resolves that traditional inhabitant visits between Papua New Guinea and Australia under the Torres Strait Treaty will be suspended as per option 2 in the officer's report, and B, agrees that Council as authorizing officers will adhere to the suspension dates and to ensure that the suspension period is clearly communicated throughout the community. That's all.
Thank you very much. I'll call for a move and a second. Moved by
Councillor Adiba.
Councillor Adiba, second. Councillor Mosby, all councillors in favour?
Aye.
Aye.
Any councillors against?
Aye.
Sorry, any councillors against? Motion carried. That recommendation is accepted and endorsed by council for option 2. Please see also as attached the draft community notice on the suspension of the border movements. Dawson will also communicate what was raised by councillors here, and I have spoken to they will have a staff on with QPS. I've spoken to Senior Inspector Nick O'Brien, and had a meeting with TJ from DFAT as well, and they both showed me that there will be people on call and working during the period that it is closed, and people will return soon after the border is reopened. But councillors, don't hesitate to contact them directly if there's any further issues. Thank you.
Through the chair, just a quick comment. Can we also put in that communication that the cap dates for the cap to go up until February? Is that possible, or? Because it just says the suspension will be lifted on the January the 5th, but if we can just have it in the communication that there will be a cap up until February possible.
Councillor Adiba, I think the cap is at the discretion of each councillor given the resources that are at hand. You can't put it on for this time frame because some communities might have water issues. There might be other infrastructure issues, projects happening. Noir. So I think just to have it for that period is locking us in for that time only, and it won't apply to the others. So it's better that the cap is applied at the discretion of each council with the resources that's available.
Thank you, Mayor.
Just through the chair, Mayor, just on that, Councillor Oliver, I think we can have a further discussion on that through teams on really managing the numbers. So looking back prior to COVID, we managed to look at that, so we can revisit that through that engagement through teams. And Zach, that's all.
Thank you, councillors. I will draw this to a close. The report has been accepted by council. We'll move on to the next one. Thank you, Dawson. We're under Corporate Services now, Directorate, 6.1 Community Grants, and we do note that there is a COI expressed by Councillor Pearson from Division 1 in relation to number 2, I think.
Yeah. Well,
yeah. Thank you. I'll hand it over to Executive Director for Corporate Services. Welcome and good afternoon.
Thank you, Chair. So through the chair, basically, I'll take the report as read, of course. We have, in accordance with Council's community grant policy, 5 community grant applications meeting eligibility requirements that we've received during the reporting period that require Council's resolution. And we also ask that Council notes that there is 1 community grant application which was deemed ineligible for processing. 3 funeral grant applications were considered eligible, and 3 funeral grant applications were supported using divisional contributions. So, is there any questions?
No questions. Thank you, Vicky.
Would you like me to read the recommendation? Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
So 1, Council resolves to allocate community grant program funding to applicants in accordance with the community grant policy, CG 2026-043, Mariah Boson Cuban JRLC for $3,732 exclusive of GST. 2, Council resolves to allocate community grant program funding to applicants in accordance.
Sorry, Vicky. We'll do a move and a seconder for each application, okay, just in case people do have conflict of interest. So I'll call for a move and a seconder for the first application. Can I have a move and a seconder? Moved by
Councillor Oliver.
Councillor Oliver, second.
My.
All councillors in favour?
Aye. Aye.
Any councillors against? Motion carried. We're up to number 2, Councillor Pearson, if you can step out. Thank you. Thank you, Vicky.
So number 2, Council resolves to allocate community grant program funding to applicants in accordance with the community grant policy, CG 2026-045 for Jimmy Larry Porrimer JRLC for $2,000 exclusive of GST.
Thank you. Can I submit? Can it be noted, Councillor Pearson has disclosed conflict of interest? He stepped out of the room, and I'll call for a move at the seconder. Moved by
Councillor Durante.
Councillor Durante, second. Councillor Wolsey, all councillors in favour? Any councillors against? Motion carried. Can you please invite Councillor Pearson back in the room? We'll continue number 3. Thank you, Vicky.
Council resolves to allocate community grant program funding to applicants in accordance with the community grants policy, CG 2026-055, Sam Joe, Marbiag JRLC for $10,000.
Thank you. Can I submit that to council for endorsement and call for a move and a seconder? Moved by. Vicky, can I please confirm that this says rectified by Councillor Phil?
Sorry, Councillor Fell actually had a conflict of interest declared for this.
Okay then. And it's coming out of these community grants?
Sorry? Yes.
It's coming? Yes.
Deputy Mayor
Okay,
supported.
so,
Yeah.
okay, so Deputy Mayor supported it. Councillor Phil has disclosed conflict of interest. It's coming out of the Mabiok grant. I'm calling for a move and a seconder to accept this. Moved by Councillor Pearson, second.
Councillor Simon, second.
Councillor Durante, all councillors in favour?
Aye.
Anybody against? Anybody against? Motion carried. Thank you. We have to community grants number 4.
Number 4, council resolves to allocate community grant program funding to applicants in accordance with the community grant policy CG 2026-5058, Mary Wapu St Paul's JRLC for $3,732 exclusive of GST.
Thank you. Can I submit that to council for endorsement and call for a move and a seconder? Moved by Councillor Aniba, second.
Councillor Tamo.
Councillor Tamo, all councillors in favour?
Aye. Aye.
Any councillors against? Motion carried. Thank you. Number 5.
Number 5, council resolves to allocate community grant program funding to applicants in accordance with the community grant policy CG 2026-59, Maleta Lagana for Arab JRLC for $5,490 exclusive of just GST.
Thank you. I'll submit that to council for endorsement and call for a mover and seconder. Moved by Councillor Mosby. Councillor Pearson. Thank you. All councillors in favour?
Aye. Aye.
And councillors against? Motion carried. Thank you. That concludes this report. Thank you. We're still in community services 6.2. Funding acquisition report for the month of November. It's a late report. Thank you.
I think one of the note to the
Council notes the following.
Yeah.
Do you want to read the following?
Oh,
I think note to the last bit.
Oh, sorry, I'll let you read that, Vicky.
Thank you. Just that council notes the report for the funding acquisition report for November 2025. Take the report as read. Did anyone have any questions?
You've got
Oh,
you've got an additional
sorry.
Noting requirement under the community grants.
Sorry.
Allocation.
Thank you.
Sorry about that.
Yep, so if we go back to the community grant allocation for November 2025, the council notes the following. There were 5 community grant applications were deemed eligible for processing. 1 community grant application was deemed ineligible for processing. 3 funeral grant applications were considered eligible, and 3 funeral grant applications were supported using provisional contributions.
Thank you. Does it require a mover and seconder? Or that's just for noting?
Noting, thank you.
Thank you. Can we now move on to 6.2?
Again, this report is for noting. I'll take it as read and answer any questions, but it's for the funding acquisition report for November 2025. So Any questions?
Councillors, thank you, Vicky. Councillors, any questions or comment? So, Vicky, just in terms, given the financial position and performance of council in terms of cash flow, besides the QRA, and it seems like that's the only area without undermining performance or what mind you of other areas of council. Has there been any investment or progression in stepping up other areas of council to secure funding in other areas as well? Or we're just going off with the recurrent grants of government and entirely depending on them and not other funding areas?
I'll pass that over to Kim to answer. Thank you. Through the chair, good afternoon, Mayor and councillors, executive team. You'll note that there are a number of grant applications that are pending, and they tend to be the ones not being funded by QRA or Transport and Main Roads. And so TSRA is a case in point where we have 2 applications that are pending and have been pending for some time in the case of the capital project. With the project for stage phase 2 of the community-led economic strategic action plan, the TSRA has all the information. I know that Vicky and David have tried to have follow-up discussions with TSRA in terms of giving a timeframe for outcomes and a decision on that application without success. So there is follow through there, and sometimes it's simply the timing of funding rounds, but there are a number still coming through. Any new applications that are identified will come through to ELT for discussion as to whether to take them forward. When council does take on a project, that has implications for project management and resourcing. But council departments are actively looking for funding streams constantly. Did you have any further questions, Mayor or councillors?
Yeah, and so the hunt for funding, is it just specifically based on government departments' funding availability, or are we looking at other alternative sources of funding from philanthropics or the private sector?
Again, I know through the chair there have been discussions about looking for philanthropic funding for different areas. I've personally sent through this morning some follow-up I did in terms of accessing climate change funding. So it's a case of looking beyond the usual sources for opportunities. That's where philanthropic sources can be good, and I think perhaps the churches might be a case in point there. Again, there's work being done there to look at taking our 2 state heritage listed churches up to the national heritage register, which unlocks additional opportunities for funding, although that seems to have a cap of 400,000 on it. So it's by increments. The other work that council's been doing in the area of the transitioning legislation, the transitioning subordinate legislation, the correspondence and the advocacy flowing from that is underway, and I've had discussions with LGAQ. So again, it's not necessarily a funding bucket, but it's unlocking the conversations and the opportunities for allocating state government resources, whether it's financial or human to support council delivering outcomes.
Thank you, Kim. I'm just thinking about demonstrating council's capability and capacity and commitment. And given that we're in this financial position, I don't want in time to come people will look back and question what we didn't do or how we failed to document what we have done to try and attract or improve funding into the council or the region. So I just hope that the report that we've got can demonstrate council's capability, but as well as our commitment and determination to try and look at every possible opportunity that's out there to try and alleviate the financial pressures of council. If there's a much better way of doing things, then, and it's not captured in here, I'd really like us to continue to move from strength to strength in terms of demonstrating that to our internal audit committee chair, but also to the auditors and to government. But I do want to convey council's appreciation to those behind the scene that have attracted the amount of successful funding and the continuous work that's been put into that. I don't want us to not forget that piece of work and commitment from our staff. I do want to recognize that, but I'm constantly looking at ways to make sure that we're crossing the T's, dotting the I's, besides advocating to government. Thank you. Are there any further questions or comments, councillors? Probably one, Kim, in relation to the unsuccessful application for the Amman Ferry service visibility. Whether or not that's been encompassed into the letter that was sent to fund a regional transportation strategy, or whether that's a separate letter that needs to go to the state to look at, because TSRE stepped in to provide subsidy for it, and it's only temporary, but they need something that's permanent. And rather than putting that, noting it as unsuccessful, but moving forward, it's still a need in the community. If we can note as an action to follow it up through the state. Thank you. Any further comments, councillors?
Through the chair there, Matt.
Yep.
Just in regards to that one family, I think for bringing that up, I guess maybe just to add to the with that application that was submitted, I think Councillor Stephen and David at the time, I think for it to be unsuccessful, I think we talked about an area within council. I don't know, something to do with the office stand close. I don't know whether to do with compliance, but I think it's important for us to know where areas like that we need to improve. Because when you look at the report, it just said unsuccessful, but we're really not being in more detail of why you are unsuccessful. Like, is there area that we need improvement to be successful? Like that you've raised that. I just want to share that. That's all.
Thank you. Kim, are you able to respond to that here in terms of why it was unsuccessful?
Yeah, so Hammond Island Ferry Service, there had been applications to other funding providers, I think including TSRA, that were unsuccessful. There was the Indigenous Land and Sea Corporation has funded projects previously, but when they assessed this application, they determined that the project was insufficiently aligned with the core purpose Work is continuing to find a funding program that it may align with. And I understand from our economic development lead that there is further work underway to, it could be to work through that regional transport strategy that you spoke of. But David did indicate that there was something happening in that space, and it wasn't just sitting there not being actioned. So the update next month can include a further commentary, particularly on these unsuccessful ones, which can demonstrate that work continues to seek funding for these critical projects.
Thank you. Councillor Stephen, has there been any consideration in terms of progressing this moving forward?
Members, thank you to the chair. We did discuss after the ILSC application was unsuccessful at our last economic committee meeting. We have put it on the agenda again for a letter to be issued back to TSRA because of the other two reports for Duan and Ugam. For the so we've gone back to a letter was supposed to be issued back to TSRA regarding that. Following on from that conversation, Councillor Durante on that visit that the chair and the CEO visited the Amman community. So we decided to write back to TSRA in trying to secure that funding since the application with ILSC was unsuccessful. So that is something that is still on the economic growth agenda, and we've been trying to pursue it not only with that, but also the business plan for Ugar and Duan, also after the feasibility study was completed, to base around the continued funding support that TSR is funding the helicopter subsidy and all that. So it's an ongoing issue, and I think possibly in 2026, I think there's a lot of letters that has been gone through the administration, maybe CEO or main retail meetings with the chair or the CEO. It would be actually good to have that conversation too, because around that, I think this is one of the areas that we need to strengthen within the MOU of how we do business with TSRA. Thank you, Nick.
Through the chair, just to add on, just add on to what Councillor Stephen's saying, just to rest of Councillor for that information on. I guess we had a visit from the TSRA. They visited our community with a member bringing the chair, CEO, and all the different executive team. But we've had a verbal commitment from the executive. One of the ladies in the program area, they gave a verbal commitment that they will continue to fund Amman until June next year, in 2026. But I guess in saying that, that probably still needs to be finalized in writing, I guess, from TSRA to ESEC. So maybe we could see something when you look at the thing that's been presented in front of us here, and they maybe will be agreeing something they're saying successful, but I will need to follow that up with member for Kiriria just to raise that with her to capacity to follow up for us. But I just wanted to share that as well, Matt. Thank you.
Thank you. If there's no further questions or comment in relation to the on the acquisition report for the month of November, I'll invite Vicky to read the officer's recommendation.
Okay.
Vicky, okay.
I'll do it. So, the council receives and notes this report and its content.
Thank you. I'll call for a mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor Stephen, second. Councillor Elisala, all councillors in favour?
Aye.
Aye.
Oh, aye. Any councillors against? Motion carried. Thank you very much. We're up to 6.3 T6 24-25 annual report. Over to you, Kim. Oh, sorry, Vicky.
That's okay. We're tag teaming here. So, through the chair, the annual report is presented for adoption. If you have had, I'm assuming that everybody has had an opportunity to read through the report. And if there was any questions or anything you would like to address prior to moving to a recommendation here.
Councillors, I trust you've had a look at the annual report. There's a link there that you can, will take you to our website where it's been uploaded already. I mean, there's a PDF version of that sitting there. The annual report should have supporting lawyers at the front of the annual report. It's really colorful. I love the layout. I think the details of the information provided to is very easy to follow. It's really easy readable by public and community. People can follow from community grant spending to councillors attending meetings, how much we've all been paid, travel allowance, allowances, well, to the standard financial reporting through the QAO, the certified reports are in there as well. Are there any questions or comments in relation to that report?
I think from each, I think it's pretty good. I've gone through it and read it. Pretty good information in there. Also, I think in line with some of the strategic things that we discussed as well, like sort of previous troubles in there, just around the financial side of things. But yeah, it's maybe straight up. So.
Thank you. If there's no further questions or comments, I'm sure copies will be made available to our divisions, but electronic copies are available on our website, so people can access it in the comfort of their own home or at their own leisure. I invite Vicky to read the officer's recommendation. Thank you, Vicky.
So the officer's recommendation is that Council 1 adopts the annual report for the period of 1 July 2024 to 30 June 2025 for the Torres Strait Island Regional Council in accordance with the requirements of the Local Government Act 2009 and associated regulations. And 2, delegates authority to the Chief Executive Officer in accordance with the Local Government Act 2009 to make minor administrative amendments and finalise all matters associated with publishing the report.
Thank you, Vicky. I'll submit the officer's recommendation for council endorsement and call for a mover in a second. Moved by
Councillor Brantley.
Councillor Durante, second.
Thank you.
Councillor Hankin, all councillors in favour?
Aye.
Any councillors against? Motion carry. Just checking if everybody's still awake. And now to We're now up to 6.4, policy update, complaints management policy. Thank you, Vicky.
I'll hand this one to Kim. Thank you, Chair. So council regularly reviews its policies. They're reviewed on average every 3 years. This report deals with an update of the complaint management policy, and it's part of the, as you'll see from the track change version, it's to put it onto council's adopted policy framework and template. And we have in here both the new policy and, as I say, the previous policy where those changes have been tracked. There was discussion within across council through the executive directors. The complaint management policy is very important, as you'd be aware. We report on the number of complaints received, and having a process in place so that's clear and transparent is critical. This policy provides a clear, consistent and transparent framework for managing and resolving complaints made by members of the public about council services, administrative actions, decisions or conduct of council officers under the Local Government Act. I invite councillors, if you have any questions, I'm happy to address them specifically. I will also say that there's a procedure, a detailed procedure that accompanies the policy, and we're currently, again, consulting internally to review and refine that to make sure it's fit for purpose, so that all parts of the business will get involved from time to time in addressing complaints within their area of responsibility, and so it's important that there's a clear process for people to follow.
Kim, what are the main elements of the revised policy?
So probably the main elements are simply to refresh the policy in accordance with our new policy framework. But essentially the policy continues to provide the policy position and when the complaints management policy comes into play. So it doesn't apply to certain types of applications, such as the right to information or the information privacy applications, matters subject to legal proceedings, employee grievances and public interest disclosures. And so the key points here is that it sets out council's policy statement about its commitment to encouraging or maintaining an open and transparent process for internal and external complaints that can be continually reviewed. The council responds quickly and efficiently to complaints in a fair and objective way and deals with each complaint in accordance with the principles of natural justice. It also has reviewed legislative changes to ensure that this reflects the latest any changes that have happened between when the previous policy was adopted and how the different roles and responsibilities. So under Section 5, the CEO ensures council has a compliant and effective complaints management process, and we have to report on that in the annual report, which you have noted. Governance and corporate services oversee the implementation, monitoring and reporting, and so that's my team coordinates complaints, but then it's actually the areas, whether it's community services or engineering services, they actually are assigned the complaint and they have an officer investigate the complaint, report back that the outcome of that investigation then is provided to the complainant. So it's very important that this process is structured in a way that everyone knows the part they have to play, and that the community can have confidence that if they raise a complaint, that it will be dealt with efficiently, transparently, and in a fair and equitable way, also taking into account human rights legislation.
Yeah, Kim, thanks for that. Even up to this point in time, I don't think we've invested in building the capabilities of our people or raising the awareness about the privilege or the right that our people have to lodge complaint. A lot of the complaints are more internal complaints against each other, more internal complaints, I should say. And our focus has been more about the internal affairs of council, ensuring stability, and yet people who are why we are here, then they're not, they can't lodge complaints, make complaints. So I'm just thinking, you know, how do we make sure, if we were to look at all the complaints and in percentage terms, it wouldn't do justice to what people are feeling about council, the service delivery from a community, a customer perspective, rather than, I think we take more advantage of control over this process than our own people from DEPLA side. If anybody can put in a much more better English version, please do. But I just thought I'd state that.
Thank you, Chair, and that's very important. I will be clear though, this policy doesn't deal with internal grievances. This policy deals with complaints coming in from the community. A number of those complaints, in fact, probably the majority, are to do with feedback on what they perceive as the way that our officers are conducting the business, and that's a fair comment. Complaints are not just about our people; they can be about decisions. They can certain service levels, lack of service, and so we do a dissection of complaints in the corporate services area. A complaint doesn't have to be a written complaint and say, this is a complaint, although that's the usual. We make it simple in so far as we have an online system where people can go in and log their complaint. And that's in the majority that happens. Sometimes they come from other areas and they're all complaints. So if the matter is raised, I just want councillors to have the confidence that it is captured, it is investigated, it is reported back to the complainant, and we have to report on that to the state in our annual report. We can do more to push that out, but I would encourage any councillors who perhaps have constituents come up to them to direct them to either contacting us directly or to the website. It does seem to be very well used, and those matters can be addressed because that really does provide the feedback for where council needs to look into and see whether there's something that needs to be done better or differently, or to be able to feedback and give a response as to why that service is the way it is. But it's very much about responsiveness to community, and so we absolutely respect that someone has taken the time to raise a matter and follow it through and follow up with the areas of the business that are managing that to come back in a timely way. So we put timeframes into our letters back to the complainants so that they have an understanding of when they might expect to get a response. And we work with our business colleagues to try and move to that decision point as quickly as possible.
Through the chair. Councillor Pearson,
Yeah, Councillor.
regarding that sort of thing there, when a complaint is done within community, so it goes past the staff whereby it comes to, I guess, to the people that will handle the complaint in that rank of you guys. Do you ever inform the staff back that there is a complaint of you to do with this, for them to comment? You know, sometimes it happens because the lack of support they don't get. They get pinned for it when it's not their problem. It's supposed to be from the upper level supporting them down, that they don't get that support, but they get pinned and they get reported. I'm bit like listening to that. There should be some sort of mechanism or something that's set up like that to make sure, because they cannot be blamed down here, perform every day in front of everybody's eyes and get all the blame when they don't get that support from upstairs, like the executive side or the managing side. We don't give them the support. Sometimes it needs everybody's attention to make things better. I just thought I'd share this. Thank you.
Yes, so Councillor Pearson, and through the chair, and again for your awareness, the checklist we put together requires that the complaint is directed to the executive director of the department and then to an officer to carry out the investigation. So that does mean that has visibility to executive management, but the investigation would always go back and ground truth with the employee. So it's not a case of I would hope that they're feeling unsupported, but that's a matter for each department to manage that process. And I should be clear too that this isn't a service request. So if it's something about a pothole or something that's a cracked footpath, that's a service request. That's not a complaint. The complaint would be if nothing's been done about it after 6 months. So I hope that reassures you, Councillor Pearson, that it's very much it's about keeping our officers safe, but it's also just making sure that we continue to have that line of sight from the executive team right through to the people, in the field, understanding their roles, and if there are issues, then they can be appropriately addressed at the correct level.
Through the chair, community services get a lot of complaints, either for staff or service delivery frontline. So when we get the complaints, it depends as well, Councillor Pearson, if whether HR gets involved as well. So you got that one independent from within the team oversight, and so we adhere to policy and limping as well. There's a feedback loop, or we send a letter once that's been finalized, outlining the details of whether we can or can't outline the details. Yeah, and him and Kathy, they follow up with us about the complaints as well, or make sure that we action them one and close it off, and we have provide the details of the investigation that the team has been doing for audit purposes as well, and reporting compliance. That's all.
Mayor, through the chair, I just probably want to just make some concluding remarks. And also Councillor Pearson for your comments. I still think we could do better. Just from my own observation, I'm not sure if we report upwards well enough to, internally about we don't roll the reports up into a summary around the type of issues we're dealing with and the nature, and that's again a resourcing thing. But my issue is that
I think even from where I see it, it's because there's probably a whole heap of things that are going on, but we just need to probably just do a little gentle review because staff are doing a really good job. It's just that there's probably some areas we need to look at improvements because generally speaking, I think it's more so because of some of those sort of changes within the corporate services sort of function and things like that. I think that what Councillor Pearson raised, particularly around that how staff may be pinged for things on ground and then have that issues in managed. I think Dawson's probably responded to that to some level. From my point of view, and this is only talking from my view, and this is what I'll be raising with the team early in the year. And I ask council to be patient because I think they're dealing with a whole heap of other things, is that I would like us as an organisation to move to a position where we could report more transparently on the type of issues, not necessarily the complaint, but just give a regular report of the number and the type of issues that we're seeing. So as an active mechanism, so council is an additional side of it, that's data that gives council understanding of the type of pressures that are hitting your business at different levels. And that's useful information because then council could say, well, are we confident that the executive and administration is dealing with those issues as they arise? Because it might be because of a lack of service. It might be because of something or something. And so I am confident the staff are dealing with those issues. It's probably that we're not capturing that because we're too busy with stuff that we're not then reporting it upwards and giving that information some other, sort of context for council and for executives to further consider. It is something we can improve on, Councillor Pearson, through the chair, and I think that we can look at that certainly in the new year. One of the other things to, I suppose, to preempt some of the long-term things that I'm hoping we could support our corporate service function to evolve. And this is a conversation we had with, as an executive group with Vicky and with all the other executives just recently, is that I think policy as, we need to frame the cycle a little bit better so we understand that, policies that we introduce or we change, if they're major or significant changes, I think we should, have a simple cycle that culminates with either the May or the November workshop where those things are discussed. If it's only half an hour, it's 1 hour, whatever of the time, it's at least it's discussed and council is then made aware of the significant change in the policy and why we're doing it. Because the policies are important for council because they've become the, they're an author, you're the owner of the policies. And that's the way that you have oversight and you're comfortable around what we do and the scope of what we do as an organization. So we do it ad hoc. We change the policy when we see appropriate and when it needs to be changed, but I think we need to schedule it so that it at least you get the first look at any big major change in May or in November every year, so that we all know that that's the cycle, so then staff works towards that. It's the sort of scheduling issues that I think we're going to try and fix as well. But again, these are all steady evolutions that we want to work with our team, not work against them, to make sure that we all do it together. But I think there's sort of, I still have to test it with the team, but that's just my outward thoughts, is that, getting those things more consistent so that when we come and talk to you about any big changes, you already know why we're doing it. And there's already, information or context so that you're more comfortable in making the decisions. So, Mayor, but that's my comments today.
Sorry, Mayor, you're on mute.
Are there any questions or comments? Thank you. I'll invite the officer's recommendation.
So, thank you, Chair. But just before I read the recommendation, I would like to assure councillors that there are no significant changes. It's purely the requirement for policy to be reviewed on a set basis. And that's why it's been brought back. It's simply in the new format that council adopted earlier this year. So there's no change in policy in actual fact. If I could read the recommendation that Council resolves to endorse the updated complaint management policy.
Thank you. Do you require the word second now?
Yes.
Can I call for a vote on the second now? Moved by
Councillor
second by Councillor Pearson. All councillors in favour?
Aye.
Aye.
Any councillors against? Motion carried. Thank you. 6.5.
It's not ordinary that council should, you cannot present the report. It's council. It's
Okay,
our-
how about I do it? Through the chair, the TSEC Economic Development Community Engagement Report Phase 1 report is before you. I take it as read. And I'm happy to take any questions that anyone has or comments.
Any comments or questions, councillors?
Can I invite Councillor Stephen to make any comments he would like to, given the input that's been given through the committee?
Thank you, for the chairman must be. I guess I'd like to speak in support to the paper that is put forward. Mayor, this is in line to phase 1 of the economic development strategy, which was based on the bottom approach of the community engagement that we did by going into the community and speaking to people using the look, listen, and adapt process of the master statement. And so it was all about collecting evidence and data and information on what are the aspirations of our people. That report has now been completed, and at the Economic Growth Advisory Committee 2 months ago, we supported it for it to be tabled at council for endorsement of phase 1. And hopefully then made that it would be great for a media release between yourself and with others to support the first piece of work, which is a very important piece of work I think we've done for the economic development strategy. But I speak in support of this paper. Yes, sir.
So thank you very much for your leadership, Councillor Stephen, and your commitment in this space. If there's no further questions or comment, I'll invite the officer's recommendation.
The officer's recommendation is that council receives and notes the outcomes of the 2025 TSEC Economic Development Community Engagement Report Phase 1.
Thank you. Call for vote in a second. Moved by
Councillor
Aliga, second.
Councillor Mosby.
Councillor Mosby. All councillors in favour?
Aye.
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 Any councillors against? Motion carried. Thank you very much. Thank you, community service, corporate services. We're now moving on to financial services directorate, the financial dashboard report for the month of November. And I'll hand it over to CEO. Thank you.
Yes, sir, Mayor. Councillors, once again, I'll take the report as read.
This is a report that's fairly consistent from previous months in terms of what the general themes are. I think that, if you just look at, I'll just read very quickly, just in terms of what Executive Finance, Financial Services has updated in the report. As of November 30, 2025, Council's operating result before depreciation shows a surplus of 11.7 million, which is 6.3 million below budget. So it's still, significant in that sense. This variance is primarily due to a timing of financial assistance grant, with 50%, 8.5 million received in advance in June 2025. Mayor, this is something that's been reported in the previous reporting period, and it's something for Council to note that it's mostly just a timing issue in terms of the way that the money then hits our account. From an operating result to date, there is an unfavourable, 6.3 million variance attributed to timing of the FAG with 50%, 8.5 million received in advance in June, despite the full amount being budgeted in 25-26. So this timing difference does not impact Council's cash flow, most importantly, and will be adjusted as part of the budget review process. Building services recoverable works revenue is higher than budget, but notably, despite the greater volume and works completed, it's not translating to profitability because of the issue of cost. And I think that we talk about this problem that we're seeing at the moment is that if we don't manage our cost side, doesn't matter how much the revenue is coming in, particularly with BSU, if we're not making the surplus or profit, then it's not a very good thing for us. And so that's something we're constantly being very vigilant in trying to ensure that we manage it very closely. From a liquidity and financial sustainability outlook, again, this is probably the most important sort of footnote for Council. While current financial results appear favourable, this outcome is primarily attributable to timing differences in the receipt of external funding into a high vacancy rate that have delayed project delivery. Updated cash flow projections indicate that Council's available cash holdings have now fallen below the legislative benchmark of 4 months unrestricted cash reserves. Now, councillors, I've spoken in previous, I think in the previous month, because the Executive for Financial Services, Holly, was away as well. It's the same issue I keep on saying. The problem for us is the cost issue, the unplanned cost that we're experiencing, and that unplanned cost really eating away at our unrestricted cash. And so it's something that what the implications of that, I think this is the most important bit, that the risk to Council in the future, and this is something we're really managing, and watching closely, is Council's capacity to respond to unforeseen events will be diminished. And so as we chew away into our unrestricted cash, means that anything that we didn't plan for in the future that happens, that we must, try and fix or resolve, we will be compromised because of that issue. And so that's the big concern that we have at the moment. And again, it's something that we've constantly highlighted. We've spoken to our funders. It is why 2026 is going to be a big year for us to really impress this on the various agencies at state and Commonwealth level, because it's now really critical for TISO to have a pathway forward to resolve that sort of systemic structural issue that we're experiencing within our business. Heightened monitoring and management of operational cash flows will be required throughout 2025-2026. And again, this is something that's been highlighted in the audit committee, where the chair of the committee proposed that that by the next committee meeting that I put together a strategy that will be presented to the committee in terms of how we address the significant revenue issues that Council is experiencing, as well as its associated relationship to cost. And so that's something that I'll be working with our various executives, including Holly, to ensure that we provide something for the audit committee when it convenes next year in 2026. The other issue, of course, in terms of risk, is that there's a net cash deficit projected for 2025-2026, and Council's liquidity position expected to further decline in the absence of corrective measures to material cash flow pressures anticipated from July 2026. And so for us, the main issue there is that we've really got to, really work in the first 6 months hard at some of these issues to ensure that we have clarity around those problems that I think we're playing into, Mayor and Council. And so it's the same message I delivered last month, and I think Holly's delivered consistently before that. As I said, next year, starting from January, it's going to be a pretty big year, and it's really focusing on those significant issues. We've got the insight to be able to explain to government at both levels what those issues are and what type of support we need. But certainly next year, it's about putting that into action. Yes, or man.
Microphone, me.
Sorry, any questions or comment, councillors? So, CEO, people, island people blowing accident plan. What do you mean by unfavorable 6.3 million variances?
Well,
Mr. We explain island man for island man.
Island man for island man, it means that whenever we speak of God, we're buying Yumpla, and what we have today is 6 point something million less, but only because of the timing issue, that's all. And so that's why we speak an unfavorable variance, which means that the actual amount we got, and whenever we speak of God based on we make certain assumptions last year when we planned the budget, we were thinking it could be this amount, but the variance is slightly less, is 6.5, only because of the timing. Because you sabe, when money comes up for council, the timing blame is different because all departments nominate one time will put your money come. And so some year will put them early, another time, especially them FAG and that ISIF money, the federal aid, that federal grant, the FAGs, as well as the ISIF money, which is for the Indigenous Council funded by the state. It depends on the timing the department you nominate, what time will put the money for Yumpla, and you need bank for Yumpla. And so there's obviously those variances then you play into the available cash position for Yumpla based on what we projected on our budget. We make a plan last year, and we said this is what our budget looks like over the next 12 months, over the next financial year. By the time we get here now, that slight variance, we have to report this is what we planned, and this is what the actual is. And so that's all. But the explanatory note for that one, island man by island man, you speak this Kenya. It's not because it reflects the actual issue. It's more about the timing of the money. What time the money we to bank we apply, and that's all that amount was a little different to what we planned. But as I said when I talked about the report, this came to the more important issue for community, if I understand, it really the fact that money you got with bank you play sit down there, and that's the money we need to be time for nothing else. We don't have to spend them on anything we need to be committed on. That money is the money at risk at the moment, because that money used to be, let's say a couple of years ago it was 20 million, but because of that deficit you got, and because cost people, we're region Bupla, and them assets people another going old, and so we don't plan for them costs, and we know that the money. So if we didn't plan for it, it means that we didn't go to government asking for money and secure the money. So we have to use the money we got with bank. So your bank, your reserve is actually being chopped away, slowly, but over time, you less and less and less. And you got no new money come inside to put your bank with the reserve being plan. So that's really the main thing I like, island man for island man, like you talk amongst our family Yumpla, that's the critical issue to explain to community. This Kenya, that reserve and really the money we keep them there, for use them when we need them. But if we don't put your money back, that money is being eaten away, slowly, because of them unplanned cost, them thing we don't be planned, but them thing happen got it because them asset is broke or something else will happen. And that's really the situation Yupla leaders especially confronted with your assets, another kind old. And so when them thing is broke, we don't be planned for them thing go broke, and another kind inconvenient. And when it happen now, we have to pay and fix them thing.
Thank you. Any comments or questions, councillors? See if you can read the officer's recommendation.
So, Mayor, through the chair, the officer recommendation is that council receives and endorses the monthly financial statements attached to the officer's report for 2025-2026 year to date for the period ended 30 November 2025, as required under Section 204 of the Local Government Regulation 2012.
Thank you. Call for a move and a second. Moved by
Agapit.
Councillor Pearson, second.
Hello? May I have a second?
Second, thank you. Moved by Councillor Pearson, second by Councillor Tom. All councillors in favour?
Aye.
Aye.
Any councillors against? Motion carried. Thank you. Now move on to the next agenda item. Agenda item 9, which requires council to resolve to move council into closed business. I think. We'll just make a moment. Council resolves to close the meeting to the public pursuant to Section 254J of the Local Government Regulation 2012 to allow the council to discuss items listed on the agenda for closed discussion and for the reasons outlined under those items. Can I call for a move and a second? Moved by
I can move. Anybody else out there?
moved by Councillor Thomas, second by Councillor Aliba. All councillors in favour?
Aye. Aye.
Any councillors against? Motion carried. We now close business. Can I invite the following delegated officers or executive directors to read the motions that were moved and seconded closed business? Thank you. David?
So, Mayor, so in relation to the CUL's report, Council resolved to endorse the allocation of surplus and remaining contingency funds from round 2 funding, seawalls projects to be allocated to the current round 2 Musig Seawalls project, and to formally request the Seawalls Project Governance Committee to approve allocation of these funds, and subject to confirmation of further on-island sand harvesting opportunities and the overall project sand volumes available, Council seeks PGC endorsement to extend the current Warraba Coastal Protection Works eastwards and into stage 2 alignment as far as practical and within current allocated project budget, and to delegate authority to the Chief Executive Officer under the provisions of the Local Government Act 2009 to prepare, submit and manage the funding allocation request and execution of any related contractual and budget amendments. And this was moved by Councillor Anibar, second by Councillor Pearson, and all were in favour at 2:50 p.m.
Thank you, David. Renewable energy project status update report. Can someone read the recommendation?
Yeah, I can read the officer recommendation, Mayor, through the chair. The officer recommendation is the council receives and notes 1, the status update on the renewable energy project as endorsed by the project steering committee on 1 December 2025, and that pilot islands in the master agreement will be reduced from 4 to 3 with MERT to be removed. It was moved by Councillor Kaigi, seconded by Councillor Durante, and all were in favour.
Thank you. Those were the considerations of matters discussed in closed business. Are there any items arising? Thank you. Information report. There are several information report provided for council's pleasure of reading, and CEO, just in terms of, I don't know if Wayne's still in the room or
Wayne, yeah, through the chair, Mayor, I can take questions on notice in regards to Wayne. Wayne has left. He is travelling to Brisbane for a meeting.
Okay. So some of the issues I'm hearing from across the region, particularly when I was on Musig and Yama, was about repairs and maintenance, and that people are now voicing they're refusing to pay rent or will soon stop the payment. So is there any update in terms of what is being done to address the delay or repairs and maintenance? I noticed the report highlights that there's 882 tasks, valuing up to 2.2 million, and is almost over 30 days old. I can't imagine how that's having a cash flow effect on the cash flow council, especially when we budgeted for money to be in our bank account and it's not there yet. What are we doing?
That's all, man. I
I suppose there's two issues there. One is I suppose the management of our tenants and their expectations, and obviously the fact that they've raised maintenance issues, and the second is the actual funding itself of the repair and maintenance program. Mayor, as I mentioned before, I will take the matter on notice and report in a more fulsome way in the new year, just to give council and community comfort around the issues that's been raised. Obviously, in the first instance, in terms of the obligation of the tenant and obligation of council, that's a matter that we will look at carefully and deal with. It's something that we encourage community to engage locally with the officers to talk through those issues. The real issue for us in relation to the repair and maintenance is the fact that most repair and maintenance, we still, and this is something that obviously for community to understand, for their awareness, we rely on the actual funding from the state government to actually conduct those repair and maintenance. And at this stage, I believe that that has not. I suspect there's a level of contraction in that investment, if you like, into community. As we know, the state government and the Commonwealth, they fund three types of key things that we rely on for us in terms of the infrastructure we build and we operate in our communities, such as our homes, our social housing program. We build new houses. We do the refurbishment of existing dwellings, and the last one is we do repair and maintenance on those dwellings. And because of the high cost of doing the repair and maintenance, TSOC engages and with the state government and Commonwealth and receives funding through the state government to ensure that there's adequate investment to do repair and maintenance. But the reality is, it's always been an historical thing. That funding has never been sufficient to cover all of the required maintenance requests in the region. So there's an allocation, a pool of fund that is made available for all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander councils to conduct repair and maintenance on their all of their social housing asset base, and TSOC is allocated a certain amount. And when that money runs out, we simply cannot do any repair and maintenance because we're not funded. And so that is one of the very issues that we are currently addressing with our funders to ensure that they're aware of this particular plight of our community and also TSOC. So it's something that I can't give you a direct answer in terms of whether we have the solution or not, but it's certainly part of our advocacy to both state and Commonwealth is to say that this is a very important need in the community. It is linked to the frustration of community members where they may make choices to not pay their rent. Obviously, as I said, our advice officially from council would be to encourage community members to engage with council and have that conversation. But from the perspective of the actual funding to do repair and maintenance, where we are currently frustrated or limited is that there is inadequate funding to do all repair and maintenance of all of the jobs that are currently listed because we're only partially funded, and council does not have any other revenue source to be able to do or pay for the rest of those repair and maintenance. So, Mayor, I would suggest that for the benefit of council, that we would prepare a report in the new year to provide that information so it's properly documented. That's all. Dawson, did I cover everything?
Yeah. Well, I think just to continue with the extend from what the CEO you mentioned there, there was only like two instances I think that I've received from the team that people want to cancel rent because of repairs and maintenance work that hasn't been done with a asset, and but there is a lot of talk around the region, and what we've been communicating is that the safety is prioritized. So it's also around the way people report the works as well. So I think there's a bit of education piece there that needs to flow through for the teams on ground, for Talk for People, permanently on ground as well. And another education piece as well is around our tenants have that, I guess, thinking that the rent Nempa pay is for the repairs and maintenance, which is not, the two separate things. The amount of rent that they pay, annually does not come nowhere near to the expense that we make, as you said before, repairs and maintenance to the house because of the costs. So there's a few moving parts, but talking to Wayne, it's still in that same sort of limbo there with the department. But Wayne has been having ongoing conversations with them as well, the department, especially when it's come back in the last 2 weeks, sort of revisiting them works, and then been keeping me updated with that as well.
Wow. That's awesome. Well, Mayor, I guess that's the key points there. And I think, that's just the practical reality, and we have to, ensure this can change. Certainly, I think from what Dawson's saying, obviously we need to work better on ground to communicate with tenants to make sure that those issues are reported properly. But to emphasize as well, given the constraint, the limitation in our finances, and the fact that, obviously, like I said, we're not fully funded to do all repair and maintenance costs, and the rent that council in Mecca from their houses, you can't cover any of the cost of the repair and maintenance plus operating the program on ground for community, and that's really the constraints we're working in, and we have to prioritize them issues around them safety issues. So certainly anything in making our house unsafe, we encourage community to make sure come talk for council staff so we can prioritize them issue and deal with them. But the other repair and maintenance issues, unfortunately, until we resolve this funding issue, we will see this kind of go a little bit slow at the moment.
Thank you. Councillors, are there any other questions in relation to any information report? Just before we go to Toby, thank you, Dawson, for the update. I noticed there's still that we're still sitting at 90% of rent collection, which is a good sign. But if you could commend housing officers for the work that they do in almost the meet between the sandwich and the communities when it comes to housing issues. They're at the cold front of our community. So I just wanted to express my gratitude and thanks to all our housing officers for the tremendous work they're doing throughout the community. So, Councillor Toby.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Through the chair. So, Dawson, what is our forecast on addressing these issues?
With the repairs and maintenance,
yeah.
Well, as the CEO mentioned, it really depends on the money from the department. There's only a limited amount there, and the department talks to Treasury. It was the last in the last deputation that we had with the minister. That's how when we explained it. Don't forget that they have to increase their budget by negotiating with Treasury. Every other department, you talk to Treasury as well about them funding pressures because of the increased cost. But yeah, at the moment they're prioritizing the safety. All the jobs we report, like we get safety one and hazards. That's what they're prioritizing at the moment. Other than that, our hands are pretty tied with that, I guess. Yeah.
And through the chair, Councillor Toby, it's something that certainly, it's not for lack of trying. It's something that we obviously, it's a general. I think if you look at what the current situation at the funding sort of relationship with both state and Commonwealth is that there's a general contraction, which means that government is really taking stock at the moment and thinking about how it prioritizes money, because obviously not just council or TCERC, our community, but other communities right across the state and also the country, both the state and Commonwealth governments are really thinking about how they prioritize such, limited, from their perspective, limited money for the amount of demand or cost that they're likely to incur over the next, financial period. And so it's why we have to strengthen our case and argument and continue to lobby and advocate to both state and Commonwealth. And obviously focus on them high priority issues, because it's likely that we're probably going to get some funding again, but certainly not all of the funding that we need. And I think this is a real challenge, for us, but for, and it's something we need to educate the region on. That's just the reality, unfortunately.
I understand. Housing is a piggy bank. What are the option of looking at entering into, I don't know, some sort of divestment for state?
Through the chair, Councillor Toby, I mean, anything we have to do as a policy or we're thinking about, again, there's risk, there's cost, there's benefit. That we have to do a cost benefit analysis, because it's not a foregone conclusion if we got divested that what do we like we have to properly consider and do the analysis around the risk and the cost and benefit of doing anything if council directs us to do it. The most responsible thing is that council, we engage in a conversation. We think, well, what are the options? What are we thinking about doing? Should we explore X or Y or Z? And we actually have to do the analysis, because as I said, and I've said it in other situations, any decision we have, there's cost implications, there's revenue implications, and council have to properly consider those decisions before it makes any sort of decision or direction on policy.
And with everything like divestment or transfer, you have to get everybody's agreement, even community as well, when they do consultation. The other thing as well with transfers or divestment, yeah, there's a money issue, but it's also our programs and tenancy management services attuned to like culture. You get that island passing and way of doing things they said as well, which is different from the government. Talk about divestment, you lose them want to play by, I guess, the service as well for our people in an already challenging space.
Yeah, and so I know previously when we discussed this, we looked at what's happening with Palm Island. Did we ever look at that? Where are our options?
Through the chair, this is that rent to buy option. I think that was discussed in September or something, August.
Wow.
When it was first raised. We haven't looked into that option. I haven't, not as yet. I'll take that on notice.
Well, Councillor Toby, once
again, I think that the reality is if we can't afford it, we need to look at opportunities that whether it's through home ownership, but we need to look at the whatever concept that is ideally that individual or the family when they enter into whether it's home ownership or whatever, it generates enough revenue within that space to maintain its own revenue. But otherwise, we go sit down here and talk about it, and the houses are getting deteriorated and the cost goes up. That's all.
Well, through the chair, Councillor Toby, well, thank you for your comments. But as I said before, I think there are options that we will consider. But I think making any assumptions on the potential benefit of one option without doing a proper analysis would be very risky, because as I've mentioned before, TSOC is really the shock absorber that protects community and protects government from liability, because we carry it, we hold it, and in a sense we we have to work with the funder and give the funder confidence that we're efficient and we're effective at what we do, but we're still holding a significant amount of the risk and the cost where otherwise we could transfer it to the state. But we know that if we transfer it to the state, then the issue will be the impairment potentially of the service with the customer because they don't have a relationship with the customer, as Dawson said. The other issue is we can pass the asset to community in a rent-to-buy sort of scheme, which is exactly what's happening on Palm Island. But as I've mentioned previously, without properly considering the cost issue in our region, that you might be passing a significant liability to community members that then can't bear the cost in the future. So then we'll have a future problem. Now, you look at the cattle leases, we have the same problem there. When a community originally had opportunities to have cattle leases transferred to them, they took up that opportunity. But the minute them house not maintained because they don't have the money to actually maintain the asset, when them house fall into disrepair, all you hand them asset by community because they can't bear the cost. And that's what I mean about a future problem, is that all we're doing is transferring the cost downstream, and then in the future it'll come up as a problem and they'll hand it back to us. And then we go back to the state and speak, hey, can we do something with this? They say, no, we can't. You have to do it. You have to fund it yourself, which is exactly what we've confronted with recently.
Thank you, CEO. I think before you started with council, the council had a conversation about looking at setting up a housing authority. And at the time, we didn't have a quorum. So it required, the legal advice was to go back to the minister to make a call, but because we didn't have a quorum, there was a number of people, majority conflicted out because of dual roles. We haven't progressed that ever since. So this was shortly before you started. So I don't know what has happened. If Lawson can go back and look at that piece of work, and how can we progress this moving forward? Because we can't continue to carry state responsibility. Yes, we're the shock absorbers, but if we can't do the job, or we know the money to do the job, we used to be the shock absorbers. So I think we have to explore what councils are raising here and not dismiss them here. I'd like us to look into this, CEO, not this as an action.
Mayor, through the chair, I've mentioned it before, I'm happy to look into it, but as I said before, it is something that we have to do properly. That requires...
And I'm asking you to look into it on behalf of the council.
Yeah, we can do that.
Thank you, Councillor Kagan.
Thank you, Mayor. Look, no, I just want to support that on the Mayor, what you're bringing up there, you and Councillor Toby, because this is a song that Jimbo have been singing for the last, 18 months. Prior to that, I know you've been singing that one. We've been singing that same song. In the last terms, the council trying to get this thing solved. We've signed, MOUs with CEQ. We're looking to, partner up with TSRA and all them other, key partners. But you mean this, how do we strategically get this right for our people, for our region, because our people are struggling on that. You can't keep around in circle, just come for a meeting, just saying the same thing. Yeah, no, we're going to look into it. We're going to do this. We're going to do that, but no outcome. Because, like I've argued the same point a couple of times here about, how the department walks into your front door 5 to 10 times doing the same thing, just getting reports, but the money they spent in that, it can cost you. Look how many community you may got in some of this region. But yet, okay, fly come through and do them scoping, and then go back, and then when they come, that I'll be honest here, because when they come there, I speak on block. How many photos you got of this house in St. Lo, office with you, of the same issue? They can answer that. I'm being sarcastic, but they can answer that because you tell them the truth. So who do we hold accountable? And that's why people are frustrated. We give them a blue phone. They're not dumb, stupid people. We got a new uprising of generation of people coming through are smarter people. We can't hold them to the way we think this came before. The young people coming through and they're gonna be more smarter. They understand what's going on. And be mindful that they have their own families as well. They're raising their kids. Our generation, what this region will you me, where God will give you me. So I just want to put that one, express that one, and support what the mayor is saying, and Councillor Toby for raising that. We have to look into it. There's got to be a better lobby strategy put into it. Because otherwise, I don't know, the region might petition now. Because they can't sing the same song all over and over. Promise us this, promise us that, promise this, promise that, but we never get anywhere. Sorry, Mayor, I just want to just so strongly support that because you can't let them become scope, but it costs. You know, it costs big money to fly come inside there.
Yeah.
But yes, they can't even fix a single thing. That's all.
Thank you. I think what we'll do is we'll allow the CEO to do that work and to look at the pros, cons, what are other alternative options. But I know that council initially made a decision to set up a housing authority in arm's length of council and to look at that option. I also am aware, I don't know whether council has been informed, but early next year, the state government will be, they're currently working with Torres Shire to host a housing regional summit on the TI. I don't know whether we've been invited or we've been notified of it, but through my relationship with the two mayors, that's what's been flagged at our table. So that's another alternative avenue for us to raise those strategic housing matters for the region. They have that summit. Dawson, were you informed of anything?
Through the CEO, yeah, they sent an email through the CEO.
It was an email from Torres Shire, Mayor, through the chair. There was nothing formally from the state, and there was no mention of a state government being involved in a summit.
Correct. There is a consultation that was occurring
Yeah.
at the end of this week, so it was short notice for us for the consult. There is option for outside consultation, but yeah, the summit early next year, and is specific for the Torres Shire region, LGA.
Yeah. So just to be clear, an email came to my inbox and it was from Torres Shire, not from the state government, indicating that they wished us to be involved in operational consultation. Mm-hmm. It didn't appear to be a strategic conversation about the region. It was about housing need in their footprint. I spoke to Dawson, I consulted with Dawson, and Dawson indicated to me that that was operational and that we didn't necessarily need to be involved in the conversation for their housing issues. But there was no mention of a state government supported summit or any type of thing where they were having a regional discussion around housing.
Is that something we should flag with the state government?
I assume so, man. So yes, we will. And like I said, we're a bit shocked, but we will. Yeah. Anyway, this is in public, man, and I think that we will take that offline and deal with it.
Sorry, did I miss something?
No.
Might have frozen.
Oh, sorry. Did you hear what I said?
No.
Oh, I said that we were not aware of, what you mentioned, and so we will go offline, and obviously we are in a public discussion, so and so we'll take it offline, Mayor, and look at the issue, and obviously do some further analysis and confirm, whether there is something going on, from a regional point of view, but certainly it's not something that we've been made aware of. As I said, just confirming to council, we were invited into a consultation with Torres Strait around housing need that they wanted to talk about, but there was nothing that indicated there was something more broader about a regional discussion or strategy. Certainly not in that discussion.
Okay, thank you. Councillors, are there any further matters in relation to any of the reports? Thank you. Agenda item 20, the next meeting date has just been confirmed for January. Sorry guys, do you have the
28 January?
Yep. 2026 video conferencing. This brings our meeting to a close. Thank you very much. Deputies not here, but councillors, thank you very much for your leadership throughout the year, your commitment to our council and our region. Certainly a lot of lessons learned throughout the year in our own personal space, leading our respective divisions, but collectively as a region. And big assault to CEO, executive staff, secretariat team for your support throughout the year. Continue to look forward for a bright and prosperous 2026. And I wish you and your families all the best. A very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Thank you. And we'll close this meeting this afternoon.
Can I call you after we close?
Yep.
I'll call you straight after. I mean, that's not too clear about a few things, but please.
Yes, no worries. Thank you. Because so, Councillor Alima, if you can do the honors of closing prayer.
Thank you, Mayor. Let's bow our heads. Heavenly Father, we thank you for this meeting that will take place today, our trusty and our ordinary. Lord, we will thank you, especially for the year 2025, Lord, that we a lot of things we get accomplished this year, especially in our second year of term. Lord, we ask you for your wisdom, knowledge, and understanding in helping us in making decisions according to our region, Lord. As we come to the end of this year, Lord, we ask that you be with us throughout the festive season, be with our families in the region, and especially those that are in mourning at the moment, Lord, that we give our prayers and thoughts. Lord, we ask that you take us through the season, and especially to remind us that the season is the season for Yesu. Lord, we ask that you take us into the new year safely, Lord, and that we come and welcome the new year through the Holy Spirit, and that the Holy Spirit guide us as leaders of this region according to the purpose for God, Lord, that everything is only through your wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. We ask you once again for today. We thank you for our mayor and our leadership. We also thank you, Lord, for our CEO and administration, and especially all our foot soldiers, Lord, all our workers around the region, in all divisions. We ask and we lift up everybody in the name of Jesus. Thank you. Amen.
Amen. Yes, so thank you very much.
Merry Christmas and Happy
Thank
New
you,
Year.
Lucy.
Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. God bless.
Happy Christmas, Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Screenshot.
On the camera or what?
No, you can look my face.
Oh, all right.
You shut that off, please.
They are there.
Yeah, usually that version, and it's a young version.
Oh.